Oh, hi there. It's Monday, start of the new week, and as you can see, I'm on Shogi Club 24, getting in as much as we can before they shut down at the end of the year. I played at the club yesterday and over the board, and really had a good time, enjoyed those games, and I think I want to keep some of the Byoyomi feel going. I just want to think a little more. I don't want to be so harried. Just like to play and enjoy the games and continue to do that. I don't usually say this, but if you're watching on YouTube, please consider subscribing to the channel if you haven't. And as always, please consider liking. But that's it. No real plans. Maybe chat a little bit about Miss King if anyone wants to. The 4th episode is out. We are now halfway through this first, potentially only, who knows, season. And, we're getting somewhere. Slowly but surely, we're getting somewhere. And if anyone wants to talk about that, it's open. Also, if someone wants to do any viewer games, I think I'm up for that too. Whether we play slower time control at Shogi Wars, or we play some Shogi Club 24, or wherever. 81 Dojo as well. Lee Shogi is always an option, although probably at the low end of my preferences. That's it. While we have players here in Japan, I'm going to start requesting a game. What am I doing? Rating 1560. Hope for 1560. Ogly we have challenged many times on stream and have never gotten a response, so I'll leave that. Got some fog coming into my eyes. Hey, what is this? Gosh, I can't read the Blizar. Good evening to you. Welcome to the channel. Thank you very much for stopping by. Benjamin Shuit over on YouTube. Yellow to you. Hope both of you are having a great day. I'm curious, Blizar, is there any chance that you are coming into a Shogi channel for the first time because of Miss King? Is that a possibility? I'm still waiting for that first Miss King viewer to announce themselves. Still waiting. It's a far cry if anyone experienced the excitement of Queen's Gambit. It's a bit of a far cry from that, where tons of people were reintroduced or introduced to chess from that and just came storming into the online chess world. You're new here. Yeah, first time. Are you new to Shogi? And if you are new to Shogi, what brought you in? You started Shogi this September, and you saw Queen's Gambit. Okay, nice. All right, Uru 1997. Yoroshiku onegaishimasu. Let's play. I'm Gote. Checking the stream, make sure it's okay. All right. You play chess for 7 to 8 years. You're pretty average. Oh, okay. Pretty average is pretty good, I would say, these days. Good day, Emperor Rex. Nice to see you. Okay, we got our Nakazumai. Got the Nakazumai. Got the central, the big house. Oh, no, we've got duck. Okay. Okay, so we have duck. This is Duck. Bartosz Prorok. Apologies, I've got some glare in my eyes here. I'm not sure I'm reading this. Bartosz Prorok. Duck Castle. Also known as a Hiru Gakoi. It's a formation where the king is in the center of the board, the silvers are to his side, and the golds will both be sort of out this way. The idea will be he has a lot of pieces in his territory. He'll be pretty resilient to drops. So he'll try to exchange off his major piece. He'll try to make some exchange sacrifices and hope that his castle is going to carry him through. You see it. You don't see it as often in the slower time controls, but it's a great opening. Push, he takes, I take. I'm going to win this. Wow. Wow. Do I just take this knight? Hey, Jack Lantern, nice to see you. I think Furibisha is a good counter to Duck. I know that opposing Rook is a counter to Duck, but I think that's one of the only. Is there any chance that I can take a look at the games of your viewers? I can try. I'm not the greatest player, and I'm certainly not. I'm not great at reviewing, but sure, definitely. The threat here, I think, is to drop the silver, but then I take, and then he gets the knight drop, which would be good. All right, I'm gonna promote. I'm gonna promote. I'm gonna promote. I drop a silver, if I drop a bishop, he drops the silver. Take, take, take. So let's see. I drop a bishop, he drops a silver. I take, he takes. I take. He drops another silver. And then I take. Do I drop a pawn? Do I just bring my token in? Let's take here. Feels like a good player. Feels definitely like a good player. I think I want to keep my bishop. Like I could tataki and then drop the bishop. And then he goes back, you know, and then I take the lance. Is that going to be fast enough? I don't think so. Hey, Yloigh, nice to see you. Noodling on the old guitar while watching. Awesome. 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 I feel like I'm already defeated, and I need to get out of that mindset right now. I need to get out of that. Should I get my bishop out? No, no, I don't think so. I get my bishop. He drops a silver. Take, take. I got to drop a silver. I don't think I like if I do the bishop and he takes, I take. I don't know if I want to give that up. I don't think I want to give that. Drop a knight here. Bring my token over. All right, let's take. What does he have? What does he have? You know, I could get this. Maybe he's going to take this token now. I could take the lance and redrop it back here. I think that would be nice. He's probably going to drop a silver. Yeah, if he drops the silver, I think that's good. Do I drop a knight? If he drops a silver, I drop a knight. Then he promotes. Then I drop a pawn. Hey, Fortune. Yeah, that's a good question. What kind of guitar? You haven't seen it on my recent games, but as a general tip, you usually don't want to go for mutual attack. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. He had a harder castle. I don't think I was really going to make my castle any harder. And, he made the... not sure how much of a choice I really even had. Let's come up. He's going to be fast with his token. I think he's going to be very fast with his token. Ah, that's not good. That's not good. That's not good. That's not good. I come over here. He takes the knight. What about I take the knight? I jump the knight. He takes. I drop the bishop. I drop the bishop. He comes over to this side. I drop the bishop. No, I take. I drop the bishop. He comes over to here. No, he can't because my bishop is guarding. I think I still have a couple moves. I think I still have a couple moves. Taking the silver will be Tsumero. So I think he's probably going to drop a silver or something. He's probably going to give up the rook. I think. So what's the idea? Take, or take, bishop. Take, rook. No. I run. He drops a silver. I run. He drops a silver. No, he takes. I take. I take. He drops a silver. What can I do? I don't think I have mate. And that silver will be a big threat. Because if I try to save my bishop, he's coming in, and that's Jumero. I think. Yeah. So hold on. I won't be able to. So if I run, he drops a silver. I come over. He takes. I cannot take because gold drop is mate. So what if I bring my silver up? It's the same. Is it the same deal? Is it the same deal? Yeah. If I bring my king up, he takes the gold. I cannot take the rook because why? Because silver. I run up. King up. No, then just a silver drop is I think enough. All right. All right. All right. I think he's still I think he's going to win here. Yeah. Uh can I if I drop a knight? No, the pawn takes. The pawn takes and the silver is still defending the rook drops. think I have to. So I cannot take the silver because silver drop, silver drop, silver drop, run, silver drop.
So if
he drops the pawn, taking the silver is Sumero. Heard a vibration. Oh, that's my phone. My phone is hiding behind here. Cool game. Good game. This is the first, outside of maybe playing Ornolf once in an event, I think this is the first time I've ever played against a duck in a slow game. Very fun. I'm going to guess, at some point in the middle game, I'm going to guess that I had a computer advantage. Like, I know in the opening I had the computer advantage because the computer hates duck, but I'm going to guess that we were at a point where the computer liked my spot, but it maybe required a lot of precision. Or maybe not a lot of precision. The decision to give up the silver here to promote my rook, it felt like I almost had to, because if I would have taken, he would have redropped, and he would have gotten a knight, forking my king in gold. So I don't know if I was actually saving anything. Like, I don't know if trying to save that silver would have actually ended up saving the silver. I suppose I could have come up and then dropped a pawn on or I could have Tataki'd the rook. Maybe? Maybe that would have been in the way. Tataki the rook and get the silver up to 6-4. Maybe. Either way, this game is still playing. As difficult as it feels right now, I think it's still a game. If he drops a silver, the question is, if he drops a silver on 6-6, what do I do? What do I do? Do I take? I take. That's Sumero. Silver. Yeah, that's Sumero. Silver. I could drop a rook.
30
I
秒
could drop a rook. If he blocks or runs, I take. He takes, I take.
40秒 50秒 1、2、3、4、5、6、 7
I don't like this, but you know, it is what it is. I don't like this at all. I think it's still it's gonna be I think it's still gonna lose. I think it's still gonna lose. And now he can block. He can block. And then I drop my knight. Ugh. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. I do like that. You know, how's he going to get his rook active, though, now? He's going to drop his pawn. Drop a pawn here. Knight drop.
30
Knight
秒
drop. If pawn takes, I get the fork. And then he takes back. Is that good?
40秒 50秒 1、2、3
Shogi's pretty tactical. Shogi's a pretty tactical game. So if he runs, I drop the silver. If he runs, I drop the silver. And then exchange, and then redrop the knight. And I think it's mate. I think it's mate if he... Well, not mate. It's not mate. Yeah, I think it is mate. I think it's mate if he runs. I think it's mate. Do I have something better here? Do I have something better? So what about... What about bishop drop? Well, bishop drop. He's going to block. I take. He takes. I take. He runs.
30秒
Take. Take.
30
Here.
秒
Runs. Silver. Runs. Silver. Gold. Take.
40秒
King takes.
$50
I don't think that's it. I don't think that's it.
3、4、5、6
He's got a knight.
30秒、
What about night drop here?
40秒、
I cannot give a fork.
50秒、1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8。
Does he have enough at this point? I think he does. I think he, well, I mean, I think he's got, he can take, and then he'll have, this fork is good defensively, and offensively and defensively it's good. Obviously I'm defending it once now with my dragon. What a fun game. I'm going to go back and do Ending Attack Techniques 200 based on a conversation I just had over the weekend. And I'm going to go back to it. It'll be the third time I'm coming to it. That gets rid of the Night Fork. Ooh. Can I do a rook? I do a rook. Rook drop.
...30秒、 40秒、
Can I fork this in any way? Silver?
50秒、 1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
Whoa.
30秒、
Silver, he runs silver, gold takes silver, king takes, and I'll have a gold.
40秒、 50秒、 1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9。
Oh, he can run. He can run all the way. Yeah, he can run all the way. It's not a bishop. He can... No, he cannot. He cannot. There's the fork. There's the fork I didn't want to give up. There's the fork I didn't want to give up.
これより一手60秒の秒読みに入ります。
So if he takes, wow, 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 wow. Gold? Gold? He takes
30
rook.
秒
He blocks.
40秒
Rook. He takes
50秒
block.
1
He blocks.
2 3 4 5 6 7 8
Ah! I don't think that's. I'm wondering, could this have possibly worked?
30秒
If I take, I think that's Sumero. I think it's Sumero. Maybe not. Take. Bishop.
30秒
Bishop.
,40 秒 ,50 秒 ,1、2、3、4、5、6、7、
I don't. Does he have mate? Does he have mate?
,30 秒 ,40 秒
Does he have mate?
,50 秒 ,1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、
Which way do I want to go? I think he's just got it. I think he's just got it. Drops the knight. Wow. Beautiful. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Wow. What a mate. What a mate. What a mate. That's cool. That's nice. That is real pretty. That is real pretty. Well done. Well done. That's a gorgeous mate. Awesome game. Awesome game. Track that loss.
Loss. Current streak is 1 loss.
That's a duck player for you. That is a duck player. Real strong tactically, real strong end game. That's a good duck player. Hey, Danny Boy to First Don. Nice to see you. Hey, Don Vito. Great to see you, too. Desert Oracle. Awesome to see you. Cyan Cannon. Greetings to you. Wait, Daniel Naroditsky died? No. No, way. No. No. Rico, nice to see you. Hold on. Hold on. I'm and Bortnick. Shut. No. Okay, so looking at this graph, I was correct in my earlier assessment, but no. Hold on. I trust you guys, but I'm not believing this. Charlotte Chess Center. I'm getting I hope this is not, well, I hope it is a fake, because I'm starting to get choked up. Where's their official? Chess.com would have this. Just nothing there. Nothing on Chess Today. I don't I don't I don't have words. I just sorry, I don't really even have words. Um yeah, I'm my mind is racing. I don't want to take it in certain places, but boy, it's been a rough past year. It's been a rough past year. He Yeah, especially early on, he was one of my absolute favorite sort of commentating streamers. I remember at the time when he caught on, like he caught on so fast, and he was getting. I was watching a stream of his, and I think it was the pandemic, the lockdown. I think the lockdown had broken, and I think I had watched his streams. I'd seen him commentate, and I'd occasionally started watching his streams, and I'd see just sub, 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 sub. It's if anyone of you know, like, uh, there's a fighting game, Max. There's this fighting game streamer. He gets a lot of, like, the subs are just kind of like constantly rolling on his stream, much like this stream. The subs are just constantly rolling in, and Naroditsky was getting them, and it was just they were pouring in. I'm like, what is going on? And it's like it's so good. Like the subs are coming in so strong. I was like, is this a money laundering scheme? There's so many subs coming in. He's a young chess guy, and he's got like 5,000 subs or whatever. And the more I listened, the more it was clear, like, why people liked him so much. I had liked him as a commentator, and that's how I came to his streaming. And then watched him stream. And for the most part, I think he was always one of those guys that was genuine, that was sort of honest. You would see he'd get upset, sometimes too upset, at his losses, and he really cared about what he did. He cared about he loved the game. I never met him, but he was a Bay Area person. I hear stories from people of like, oh yeah, I used to go to that chess club and I saw Naroditsky, and I can't remember. It's basically the name that people drop a lot around here is having seen Naroditsky. And yeah, oh man. Oh, it's just terrible. I feel so for his family. I can't. So young, like especially to someone like me who's old, but I think not even to someone who's old. Like, this is a kid. This is obviously he's a young man, and an adult, but like, this is someone's kid. This is oh man, I don't have anything to say. I don't think I even want to keep streaming. I'm what are people doing? What's going on Twitch? Are where's chess? Where's chess? So Bortnik, what's he's not talking. Yeah, it's like, I understand. There's nothing to say. There's just nothing to say.
I agree with Hikaru.
Boy. Hey, Chessman NC, good to see you. Good to see you.
Начали переживать. И на следующий день мы поехали его еще раз проверить. Проверяли в тот день, как раз когда был у меня день рождения. Мы выключили стрим его, попросили его выключить стрим. Thank you.
What am I trying to say? I don't even know what I'm trying to say. It's a small matter in the greater scheme of things, but
okay, I
something's gonna happen. Something's gonna happen in chess right now. Something is gonna. Maybe things are gonna change. I don't know.
On his phone.
Boy, oh boy.
Don't call me Oleg. I'm not Oleg. I'm Alexander. It's Alexander.
I'm going to. I'll take this off. I don't know if even in Twitch, if you're allowed to show somebody streaming. I don't know. But it looks like some of the chat is in Russian naturally, and I don't remember my Russian well enough to translate it. Let me copy this Kifu into 81 Dojo. Let me do that at least. Let me do that. Boy, what a. What a world. What a world. You know, his series, I can't even speak. I can't even speak. Basically his climbing the rating ladder series, like his speedrun type series. This and John Bartholomew's climbing the rating ladder, those two I have been giving as the sort of the gold standard for the kind of shogi content that I would dream of having. And if you like chess at all and you want to improve, I would highly recommend checking out his series. I assume it's going to still be up. I don't know what happens. I don't know what happens in a situation like this on YouTube, where I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I assume his content is going to be up at least for a while. Probably someone will back it up as well. But his speedrun series is they're just so good. It's like effortless teaching. There are people who are great players, and he's a great player. 2,700 plus in faster time controls. He's obviously an extremely strong grandmaster. I believe his peak was somewhere in the 2650s. I think, I'm not sure, but in Rapid he was, and especially online, but Rapid, he was incredible. He was in contention. This is Gosh, the red is so hard. Kabi DK, welcome to the channel. Daniel Naroditsky, a chess grandmaster, and who we've just learned has passed. Just a very young person, you know, huge name in the chess world, especially the online chess world, the chess content, the chess education just world. And so he actually was 30. Yeah, I in my mind I would have said, if someone would have asked, I would have said 28. But yeah, 30. But he's, you know, still, that's so young. And you could tell, and without, I don't want to read too much, you never know what's going to happen. 29. Okay, his birthday is November 9. He was a delicate soul. Like, I think he was a bit of a delicate soul. And this past year has just been brutal. It's been brutal to watch the attacks that have been made on him. And yeah, you know, sometimes in the shogi world, like, I joke that, you know, we want some of the drama of the chess world. But, you know, maybe it's not all good. It's not all roses. And yeah, very difficult. I always enjoyed watching him on Lee Chess in those titled arenas. Those were fun. Those were definitely fun to watch. Yeah, I like obviously watching him on chess.com, and I was cheering for him big time at the recent FIDE World Rapid and Blitz, where, you know, he performed. As far as I'm concerned, not that there were. I don't think there are any legitimate doubters. Like, I think there are plenty of people who are just haters, and they're going to hate no matter what. They just want someone to tear down, and so they're gonna, you know, they'll say their thing. But he played so well, you know, obviously over the board, and boy, oh boy. Chess fan, you say the chess world is incredibly toxic. People are always accusing each other of cheating and staging their game. I mean, I don't know. I would rather look at the good side of it. I think that, you know, the chess world, as far as I can see, is great. But like anything that's large, all it takes is a small minority to make it look terrible. We have some toxic people in the shogi world as well. You know, as I've come to learn over the past few years, we have some toxic people too. You know, I don't know if we have more than, like, in absolute numbers, we don't have more than the chess world. But we do have some, and relative speaking, maybe we have more. I don't know. You know, in the end, it's not a comparison, and it's not a game I'd want to play. But there are a lot of great people in the chess world, and I hate to see it get torn down because of some bad ones. And again, we don't actually know the details. I believe no one knows the details of any of this. So, you know, I'm not going to yet jump to conclusions on what happened. I think the timing and the age and the circumstances, it sure points in one direction, but things happen. You know, things happen, and it is not. It's not a foregone conclusion what happened. So I would, as always, just, you know, advise trying to keep an even keel, not jumping too far to conclusions. But yeah. Don Vito. Yeah, Don Vito. Don Vito is toxic. No, Don Vito is one of the great supporters of this channel. So you will never be toxic in my eyes. You will always be a shining light of goodness and grace in the shogi world. How is your streaming going, Don Vito? I've been, most of the time over the weekend, I've been away from the computer. Did you stream it all over the weekend? And have you been playing on stream? We're always looking for a new stream. You have a lot of poison in reserve. You said you're back home, so that's positive. I'm sure you're glad to be out of New York. And probably for a variety of reasons, but most of all because it was so hard to find shogi people. Yeah, the JSA is the Japan Shogi Association. It's also the Japan Sumo Association, so it's both. There may be others as well, but it's for us it's shogi. There is also sumo, and they're both called the JSA. But it's an association that it's a little different. Oh, you're still in New York. You're going back. Okay. It's like FIDE in that it's the sort of organizing or governing body of, for the most part, professional shogi, just like professional chess. But the JSA is a little more than that. It's more closed. They employ, my understanding, and keep in mind, I am not a shogi professional game aficionado, or I'm not even really a fan of it, quite honestly. It's hard for me to be a fan of it because the title matches are so long. There's no English commentary. They're not all televised. You can't get the kifus easily. Yet for a million reasons, I'm not a big Japanese show. I'm not a shogi pro game fan. I'm a fanboy of our amateurs. I'm a fanboy of our top amateurs. But the JSA it's essentially my understanding is that they're employees. It's like a guild where everyone has to be part of this. I hesitate to say union. I don't think it's like a union, but they're all members are paid by the JSA. They have strict rules as to how the professionals are created, and there's strict numbers. And it's not like chess where if you're good, prove it on the board and you're going to win prizes. Like in chess, you don't need anyone's permission in chess to be a chess professional. But in shogi, you kind of have to. And I think there are pluses and minuses to both. I'm not going to say it's bad. I'm not going to say it's good. I'm definitely not going to say it's good. But it's different. It's different, and it works. It's worked for them. We'll see if it works, going into the future. But it's certainly different, and on a day like today, it sure feels like it's maybe a nicer way. But we'll see. There's a sumo tournament in London now. Oh, really? What tournament? Not a pro sumo tournament. That just finished it in September, right? It wasn't October, right? The recent Basho, time is all a blur to me. The recent Basho was great. Hoshoryu, I was cheering for Hoshoryu. I was definitely on team Hosh. Onosato came back though, and managed to take it from him. Hoshoryu had an unfortunate loss, unfortunate couple losses to knock him down, and then he. It was a great event. It was a great event, and anyone who's a fan of Yokozuna's would probably be ecstatic for this event. I really just wanted to see Hoshoryu at least win one Basho, as Yokozuna, just to kind of shut up the haters. Because, you know, I think one of the things is as you get older, maybe it's not age, maybe it's just different for different people. It probably is just different for different people. But I was going to say, as you get older, you kind of have less and less time for the haters. you have less and less tolerance is a very loaded word these days, but you have less and less tolerance for the haters. You have less and less time for the haters and the trolls and the grifters and everything like that. So, you know, there are a lot of haters on Hoshoryu. And so I was just hoping he would win a Basho. Especially, I was hoping he would get the Zensho Basho, you know, the undefeated Basho win. And just kind of shut people up. But the thing is, once you shut up the haters, they'll still find something. They'll still find something. What is this? Sumo wrestling at the Royal Albert Hall? Let's see that. Let's take a look. I like to bring these up in incognito windows. Oh, look at that. These are the pros. Is this... Where is this? Oh yeah, this is... Okay, so this is... Yeah, this doesn't look like... This doesn't look like a... maybe it's a different angle. Is this in England here? He did not look good in the... Oh, wow. Cool shot. Cool photo. Cool photo. Ah, oh, Nishiki is there. Does he speak English well? You know, he's Ukrainian. I know he speaks Japanese. This is Kazakhstan wrestler. Oh, Onosato's there. It says this is Tamawashi. This is not Tamawashi. Oh, there's Tamawashi. Oh, okay. Tamawashi and Hakuo. Hakuoho. I'm forgetting his name. I'm forgetting the Kazakhstan Rikishi. I swear. You put this mic in front of my face, and my brain, like half of the brain cells that I have, they just turn off. And the other half just kind of go lame. You just put this mic in front of me. I can't believe I can't think of his name. Someone help me. Someone help me here. Ah, here we got. This is, boy, I've never seen him sitting like this. You know, you sometimes don't realize how wide these guys actually are, or how big these guys are when you see them next to each other. You know, Hoshoryu is a huge person, but you know, he looks next to a mountain like Onosato. You know, he looks much smaller. Oh, cool. I'll have to read. I don't want to waste everyone's time with this, but this is amazing stuff. Especially since I had the wrong layout on. Especially since I've had a bad layout on. All right, so here we are. Like I said, you know, out of the opening, I and in the in the early middle game, I had a pretty good advantage. Move 38. Let's see what. Let's take a look at move 38. That was my peak advantage. Yeah, yeah. Just take, or 6-2. 6-2 is good also. Yeah, 6-2 is good too. 6-2 is good. Yeah, so silver takes and silver 6-2 are still both basically just winning. But this is still fine. This is still very good too. A pro would have resigned here in this position, which is all that matters. A pro would have resigned here. Not against me. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so the engine did like this. You know, I wanted that. They're close. They're close. I'm not going to blabber, but like this, I certainly had considered it. Four, 4, and 5, 5. I played 5, 5. 7, 7, 6, or 7. Oh, really? Engine likes this, which I considered. Engine likes this. Didn't consider. Engine likes taking the lance as well. It doesn't like my move? It doesn't like my move? Oh man, I was so I thought this was really going to work out. But I guess this is the counter. This is why it doesn't work out. This is why it doesn't work out. Kudos to my opponent. You know, big kudos to my opponent. All right. I mean, I'm not even going to make the joke. I'm not even going to make the joke that I usually say. I'm done with that joke. As of today, I'm now done with the joke that I say whenever I'm playing top engine line moves over and over, as I did here. The saddest thing you say about the situation, he didn't have real friends he could talk to. Sad because so many people don't have friends. I don't know his personal situation. You know, I don't know his personal situation. I don't know his family situation. But it would not surprise me if that was right. You know, people, and I have said as much that, you know, a lot of times people online, you know, you meet people, you become friends, and they're real friendships. And I still feel that's true. I still definitely feel that's true. But there is something to say for people who have known you a long time, and sort of, you know that they've got your back. There's something to say for that. And, you know, he was in that streamer crowd, and you know, I'm just gonna say it because I'll never be there. But like, you know, it's hard to take me seriously because someone could easily just say it's jealousy. But like, those people that are his peers of chess streaming and chess commentary, they're grifters. They are absolute grifters. I don't care. I don't care how big of a smile those people have. They are all grifters. and I don't think they'd be real friends for him. And I think they'd all just abandon him if something bad happened. I think you're probably right that he doesn't have some friends. But again, I don't know. He seemed to have he moved out to North Carolina to be a part of that chess center, the Charlotte Chess Center. So presumably he has meaningful friends there. Who's the guy who runs the chess center? Who's the guy that runs the chess center? God, like I said, put this mic in front of my face and my brain cells turn off. I can't. If this was just a random split second and you said, who was running the Charlotte Chess Center, I'd be like, instantly I'd have this on. I know he's an FM. Peter Giannakos. Peter Giannakos. I think they're friends. Hey Arnold, good to see you. You said he was very. You say that you thought he was very close to. Yes, so that's a good call. Yeah, and we just saw Bortnick streaming. Yeah, they seem to be honest to goodness real life friends. Yeah, I don't know if he's close to Hikaru. I don't know. He seems like he's friends with Robert Hess. He seems like he's friends with Danny Wrench, but who knows? Who really knows? They're professional. They're professional. They're colleagues. So Chess Fan, you say you've got a friend who does hiring. She said you wouldn't believe how many. So this is one of the people ruining industry today. No, I'm not going off on HR. I'm not going off on HR right now. She said you wouldn't believe how many people come to her just begging for a job. Said many people don't have any references. This is something that I've talked about a few times on stream, where I have commented that with our shogi clubs, I am always extremely surprised by how many people we get from meetup.com. And because I may be older, but I've been on the internet since the beginning. And I've seen these things come and go, and Meetup never really felt like it was just something. It just felt like it was just another site just trying to make some money, selling personal information, et cetera, and ads. But it turns out and keep in mind, I'm in a bubble. I am in Northern California Bay Area. So, it might be a little more skewed for here. But the people that I've talked to, the number of them that go to meetup.com and look basically what's going on. They're like, what's going on out there? How can I meet people? Because there's nowhere to meet people like there used to be, in the old days. And so Meetup, I think, in some ways has taken over. And when I think about it, it feels very sad to me. It definitely feels sad to me that it's like, this is the state of what our world has become so much closer because of technology, but people have just kind of, I don't want to spew my theories off the cuff without any prep, really. So, I'll kind of leave it pretty mild, but I'm just stunned at how people struggle to find those social connections that even I, as a nerd, growing up, was able to make. It's just, it's people are pitted against each other in school. They're pitted against each other everywhere. There's so much ideology going, floating around, and I think kids are not as mature now, partly as a result of that. They don't have meaningful social interactions. They are just rushed from thing to thing by their parents. There's very little independent thought. There's very little independent time. There's very little time away from a screen. And as a parent, whose kids are now grown up, I feel for the parents who are, I think it was hard when I was raising kids, but I think that people who are raising young kids now have it even harder. And, boy, it's just difficult. It's just difficult. And, and there's nothing quite as torturous as seeing, your kids struggle to make friends and things like that. That's why, the very first thing, and this is just universal for a parent, but when I saw it confirmed that Naroditsky, has passed, the first thought is the parents. My first thought immediately is just like, they're probably numb right now. They're probably just numb. They're probably numb. And it's just something you can never come back from. And it is very sad. It is very sad. And then so back to Meetup. It's like people are out there, and there's I don't want to just say it's always better in the old days. I don't want to make it seem like that, but people, especially like when you were a young person and you'd start a job, you would make friends with the people you worked with. You'd be friends. You might not always go out with them, but like they'd become friends. They'd become, you could meet people at work. But now, there's a whole contingent of people who don't want that to happen, and are very much opposed to anything but like the most superficial kind of everything. And so people like, they're working a lot. They don't really get any social interaction, good social interactions at work. And so they're like, what can I even do? Bars are not quite like what they used to be. I'm not someone who would have ever gone to bars. But like, people used to meet at bars. They used to meet at like, there would be social events, like little festivals. I remember around our house, there would be church stuff, without going into topics that some people might find contentious. Like, but there were events, there were things for people to do. There were sports. I don't think people play sports as much. And it's really difficult. And so people find themselves, even people who have people that love them, they find themselves in these dark places of just feeling incredibly alone. And I don't have a solution. I can just shake my head and be sad about it. But hopefully people come to hopefully when people come to shogi clubs, they feel welcome. Shogi is, I played 3 games yesterday, and I played 3 games. One was against the club leader, and it was an awesome game. Awesome game. I didn't win, but it was awesome. And then I played against one of the newer club members. I played 2 games against him. And I played, usually when I play new players, beginners, like I do a slow Anaguma, and just slow on Aguma and then bring the rook up. This time, I just got my gold over. I got my silver over. I was going to just slowly make a castle and push my pawn, but I ended up pushing my static rook pawn, and he didn't respond to it. And so I took it, and then just slowly just essentially took all the pieces until mate comes over. And we did the review, and we talked about it, and I recounted my stupid stories of how when I started playing my first over the board game of shogi at a shogi club, for the shogi club, the same thing happened to me. Even though I was playing central rook, he was playing static rook. What I call the rite of passage, where the static rook pawn just goes, and you're in your mind you calculate it, I think, but you're always one move too slow, and it's too late. Once you realize you're too late to defend, it's too late, and everything has fallen at that point. And so that happened. We talked about it, and then the second game we played another game, and I didn't ask to play handicap because I think I remember hearing that he didn't want to play handicap before a different game. So I don't think he played handicap at the club. I think he still just wants to see how the pieces move and whatnot. But I could be wrong. But anyway, we played another game, and essentially almost the same exact thing happened. And we talked about it, and that was it. And coming back, I was kind of feeling like, I hope he's not too put off by it. I hope he's not too put off by it. He's been there a few times. He's been there many times. So I think, and he said he's going to be back. So I think he'll be back. But I felt like, should I have been gentler? I don't once the review happened, I didn't immediately start talking about stuff. I let him talk. I was not overbearing in the, some people, when they're reviewing games, they go into full on teacher mode. And I think a lot of people don't like that. I know I don't like it personally. I think I was fine. I think I was fine, but I don't know it. But anyway, I thought about it. Because these people are coming, people come to a club, and now sometimes, and I have no idea about this person's motivations, but sometimes people are coming to these clubs because partly for the game, of course for the some of the game, but to get some sort of camaraderie, to meet people. And I do think that does make these nice. I know at this one chess club that I was going to before I started streaming. So this is 3 years or 2 years ago when I last went to this sort of casual chess club at this outside this little store in Mountain View out here. And some of these people, they were not even chess players. They were just, I think they really enjoyed the camaraderie of chatting, playing a game, having some fun, learning something, having a coffee or having a bagel, like this shop had bagels, and just hanging out on a Sunday afternoon. And so it's I don't know if maybe this is a sign that people are finding ways to do these things, but anyway, I don't know how we got on that. A 40-year-old. Yeah, so that's, I don't know what industry that is, but yeah, a 40-year-old without any references. It's tough because also sometimes when you leave a job, some people get really, some people, I think maybe because people have not become friends, they get nasty. Like if a manager loses job, they're losing a head count. And now, they're going to look lesser because they have fewer employees or things like that. I think that's possible. I think it's possible. back in the day, I think of my first real job out of college, and it was a great group of guys. And my man, we were close, and sometimes we'd go to lunch. Sometimes we'd occasionally go to dinner. Or back in those days, there was happy hour where like you'd go to this like Bennigan's or something like that, like these corporate bar places, and they would give you'd have free food. You'd have like free wings, free cheese sticks, things like that, as long as you were buying drinks. I was with them, and I didn't drink at all in those days. Not that I drink much now, but I will enjoy a beer with someone. I will, if someone is having it. So I might have an alcoholic beverage maybe 5 times a year, maybe a little more, but really rarely at this point. But I like my first beer, I think I had when I was 23. But anyway, so I was with them and getting this food. But when I left that job, my manager wasn't mad. He wanted to be a reference for me. He wanted to, or when we talk about things, and it's like everyone was these friends, like they're all supportive of each other. Maybe finding something better or finding something higher paying or something. But now it's different. It feels in a little bit where some people get a little nasty. I've heard that a few times, but also the employees are a little nastier. Like the younger employees, I'm just going to say, to sound like an old man shaking fist at the clouds, the younger employees are way more entitled than they used to be. They are way less skilled coming in than they used to be. They are much less passionate. This is technology stuff. They are much less passionate about the work. They will work much less than the older people. So it's a two-way street, not just to place the blame on employers and whatnot, but it's just so much more. Work is so much more transactional than it used to be, and I think as a result of that, people may not make those friends, and they may not make. Well, that's not the only reason they're not making friends, but they may not get references. So I could see someone not having references. Probably maybe by 40 I would expect to have a couple, but yeah, anyway. Oh, it's a Hardee's fast food. Oh, interesting. I haven't been on Twitch. Rico, you say the Seattle Shogi Club also gets a lot of attendees from Meetup. Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, I'm stunned at how Meetup inevitably is the way someone found these things. It's kind of crazy. Have I ever heard or read of the book Bowling Alone? I have not. I know people who have done that. It's tough for young people. I think it is tough for younger people out there. It really is. Really is. And Louisiana is still a big festival state, but even the culture of festivals has changed. People just go to hang out with people they already know nowadays. Hard to meet people at them. Yeah, that's a real thing now. I know that from my kids as well. It sounds like and clicks and in-group type stuff. That's always been a thing. But it sounds like maybe nowadays it's even more of a thing. Whereas like if you don't get into that group chat immediately, or you don't get into, they don't deem you as part of the group almost immediately, you better find another group or just be accustomed to being by yourself, because you're not going to get into that group chat, or you're not going to get into that group. And it's tough out there. Like I said, I growing up now, it's yeah, I have no doubts in my mind that it was easier to grow up during my day. It was much easier. Not that we didn't work hard, and not that we didn't do good things, but just as a kid, it was just a more straightforward life. It was more straightforward, and dare I say, somewhat wholesome. I'm sure there are counterexamples, but yeah, it feels brutal out there to try to grow up these days. So yeah. I don't know. Just real sad. Just I never gonna see another Naroditsky commentary. Never going to see another Naroditsky stream. Never gonna see another one of these speed runs. I love people that are passionate about things, and those things can be faked. Of course they can be faked, but I don't think he faked it. If he did, he was really good at it. Because I like to consider myself a very astute observer of human behavior. Pat myself on the back here for myself. And I do not get that from him. So, anyway, I'm still in this game here. Your passion is faking passion. So that was that actually, you say that. Interviewing became more tech interviewing, I think, has become, over the past 10 years, it has become more difficult. I think a lot of people have discovered some of the secrets to appearing like a passionate employee. Like, passion used to get you a long way, and I think maybe it doesn't as much anymore, because like anything that's a metric, or like anything that becomes important, people start playing towards that. So boy, trying to wade through the fake passion, it's not that difficult, but sometimes some people are really good at it. Some people are really good at applying that full-on layer of BS during an interview. And it works on a lot of people. And the problem sometimes at a big company, especially later on, is that when you become, if you are someone who can detect this stuff, if you start being a naysayer to too many people, they will stop asking you to do interviews. And it's this real nasty cycle where they have bad or ineffective people doing interviews, and they bring on more bad and ineffective people who will also do more interviews. And it's the old Steve Jobs, A players hire A players, B players hire C players. I guess, Don Vito. I mean, that feels a little semantic, but maybe. I like to think of politeness as just kind of trying to create an environment that I myself would like to live in. Like, I'm polite not because it's like a morally correct thing to do, or because I think it will get me necessarily anywhere. I'm polite because I want to live in a polite society, if that makes any sense. It's like you're polite so that other people will be polite. You know, that's that whole, you know, the whole high trust society kind of discussion and debate. Yeah, you say manners make life more convenient. Yeah, it makes life more convenient, makes it safer, makes it more pleasant. Yeah, makes it less annoying. So where did I really mess up here? Engine did not like this tricky move to get 2 pieces. Ah. I mean, I considered it. I considered it, but I just, it didn't seem like it was threatening anything, and it felt like he'd be able to just be annoying. Like what about this? What about pushing this pawn? I guess I would get my token over. So if he does, let's say he pushes this pawn. Do I get the token over? What does the engine say? The engine says, take the silver, drop the pawn, get the token over. The more the engine thinks about my move, the more it really hates it. This can't have been right, I think, but maybe it was. All right, so my knight was right. My knight was right. You know, knights are right. Ah, it did want this. So it did want this. It did want it. Oh, this would have been just as good. This would have been just as good. Ah. I wasn't looking on this side. Ah. So let's, if he does this, I take, he takes, threaten, drops a knight. Wait, no. No, because it's... Okay. Ooh. Hey, NinWorld, nice to see you. So I took... You know, it's still even, you know, even tending towards my advantage. Really? 5-2... So... Huh. Oh, yeah, because now if he takes, he's further away. So if he comes forward, then I save my bishop. Oh, I like that. I like that. I ran, which was still fine. It's all still fine. It's all still fine. I'm, you know, just you know, again, all I do all day is play top engine moves. That's what I do. That's not it. That's not it. 7-6. Yeah, yeah. But what's the follow-up? Oh, because there's not necessarily the follow-up. It's also that I get out of this diagonal. Yeah. Is this where I lost it? No, it's not. Not yet. This is where I lost it. He kept me in. So now it's just murky. It's just murky. I've got to sort of defend-ish type stuff. Defend. Yeah, it's tricky. Well, that's not 6-3. Oh. Weird. Okay. It's tricky for him too. That's almost an only move there. Oh, no, it isn't. Yeah, kind of is. Huh. This is probably my last big chance. Oh no, this is not. This didn't happen. This didn't happen. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Well done. Okay, so this attack was never going to work. This is just a sweet mate. I mean, I see there are a lot of mates here, so yeah. Very nice. Very nice. You know, duck players are good. Duck players are sharp. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Sometimes it doesn't matter the advantage in the opening. They're just they're gonna play. Good game to my opponent. Very good. Kabi DK. Yes, Duck Castle. The opening that the opponent played is called a Hirugakoi, Duck Castle. It's an overly defensive castle at the beginning, and they eventually try to exchange off pieces with the idea that their castle is very strong, and my castle, you know, would and I'd have to waste pieces trying to break it down. Boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. All right, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do for the rest of the day? I guess I'll keep playing. I guess I'll keep playing. Wow. 81 Dojo's pretty light in players, in games and players. Wow. But I was playing on 81 Dojo. Shogi Club 24. You're not familiar with shogi openings basically at all. You learned one like 3 years ago and then switched to playing chess. Yeah. Yeah, I hear that. That's common. The people just playing, you know, they get an opening and then they play it, and that's it. And that's fine. Has anyone else watched Miss King episode 4 yet? Actually, before I do this, I'm going to take a bio break. I'm going to take a bio break, get my water. I've been talking a lot. You will be in about an hour, and then Fortune, you haven't yet. Okay. Hope you both like it. That's a
And
follow.
DK just followed.
That is a follow. What was that? My activity feed is not showing the follow. Oh, there it is. But it's in the wrong order. Weird. It's at the very bottom of my list. Copy TK, thank you very much for that follow. I appreciate it. I don't know what this activity feed is doing here right now. It puts you at the very bottom, right behind someone following a month ago. That's not. Now I need to worry. Now I need to worry that I'm not going to be thanking people. So if I ever miss a thank you, this will be my excuse. I'll be right back. I've got to. Yeah, I don't know why it would be backwards. Because I see some recent follows up near the top and follows and subscribes. All right. Well, I'm going to take this break. I will be right back. All right, I'm back. I took a little. I completely forgot what I was doing while I was out there. I think I'm still just kind of stunned by today's news. Hey, Gosho nice to see you. Nice to see you. Yeah, better late than never. All right, so we got a couple people. Mongolia Eno. I think I've played Mongolia Eno before. I think. On mobile, they're on mobile. I'll challenge. Like I think, sometimes when you see please, oh boy, please another opponent denied, stairway denied. Let me add this while I'm waiting for a game. Let me just add this to my study. Okay, we're at number 60, so we have room for four more Kifus in my third 2025 Shogi Club 24 study. Maybe the next Shogi Club 24 study will be my final Shogi Club study. before they shut down. I guess while we're here, we can look at some weekend's results from WSL. So I'd be looking at the 18th and 19th. Koshiro won his game against Dice 709 or 79. I don't know this player. I don't know much about that. Koshiro back on his feet. I think Koshiro lost the most recent one, so this is good. This is good. Peter Heine won against France. Magnus Carlsen's coach, Vichy Anand's former coach. Who else do we know? Deep to Rising did not win against. I think this is Tulip's team. I probably say this every single time. I clicked the wrong button. I say this every single time, I think. It is not Tulip's team. It's not Tulip's team. Pertheon is not on Tulip's team. I need to remember this. Onigiri lost. Tulip won. Tulip did win. Not on another team. I watched a lot of this game live. Tulip versus DrLennon. The classic Nakabisha versus Urashino Ryu. I probably was a Torizashi. I don't recall. But it was a good game. DrLennon had some chances, but they were tough. They were tough moves. They always are. They always are tough moves. And Tulip, of course, is extremely strong. You don't get many chances, I think, against Tulip. Wow, and that's it. A lot of games, not a lot of people that I know. So we're back. Oops. Trying to find my tab. Oh, I didn't even hear it. I didn't hear it. Shoot. Apologies to that player. You heard in Fortune, you heard a beep. I didn't hear a beep. Yeah, I was gonna say that. Sorry. So this early morning news has thrown me off. Congrats on that. It's about time. I briefly, when I saw it, I briefly convinced myself that, oh no, it's not new. You've had it for a while. But in fact, no. Joining the Tudon tier. One of these days I'll drop out of Tudon so you all can just enjoy it by yourselves. And I'll just slowly back out. One of these days I'll play some more rated games and lose it. We'll be getting another interview stream an interview podcast this week, so be ready for that. It's been a slow climb for you on 81 Dojo. You should really play there more. When I'm playing there, I'm enjoying it. Do I know how to register to the Shogi World League? I do not. Do people need to get invited to a team, or can anyone join? My understanding is anyone cannot join. I think you have to work with like a coach of an existing team. That's my understanding, but I don't know much about it. Maybe someone else can give a rundown, because I don't think it's, if I remember correctly, I think we've had a discussion about this, and it's not quite so straightforward what to do. I don't know though, because I've never really been interested in joining myself, just because I know how I just don't like to schedule matches. It's just it's a personal limitation for me. Even back in the old Go days, the one time I played a ladder, I really did not like it because I had to schedule. And schedule quite often with European players who were, the time zones were not even close. And it just became more of a chore. And I think it's one of the first things I said when I was streaming is that I want to avoid doing things in Shogi that are a chore for me. Anything that makes me dread playing, I will not do. You would only join to get the chance to play a game with Peter Heine. Yeah, that's... I've thought the same thing. I've thought the same. Hey, Killer Ducky, retired Shogi lover with no obligations, doesn't play Shogi because they don't want to schedule. Well, I just don't enjoy scheduling. I mean, I could have 24 hours in the day, and I still wouldn't want to schedule. It's just I'm not a paperwork person. I'm not like It's just. It's that process of scheduling those things is so repulsive to me. Like you have no idea. It's a sickness. It's a sickness. And when I see some of the back and forth between these matches, like even this one is a basic. It's not just my scene is blocking it. Even this is a basic interaction, but it's like you've got to greet. There's a suggestion, then someone says, "How about this?" And then someone proposes a time, and then they took it, and then there was a default win. It's just. I don't know. It doesn't. What I want. So I would play WSL if just to be serious for one moment. If or these leagues, if they said, here is the time on this weekend at 7 a.m. or on the weekends. Here is when board 1 plays. Here is when board 2 plays. Here is when board 3 plays, and that would be it. Or or you get in there. Yeah, that would be it for me. It'd have to. I just like I said, it's a personal failing. I don't like the scheduling aspect. I don't want the back and forth. I don't want the back and forth because when when I did that Go ladder that one time, 20 years ago, it's like, hello, can you play at 8 a.m. on tomorrow or Thursday, and then a day or two goes by, they're like, no, can you play at, and then they give me a time that's like 3 a.m. my time. No, and it's just it's that. And eventually, just because I'm the one, because I don't want to bicker anymore about the times, I'll be the one to give in, and then I'll play at 3 a.m. or 2 a.m. or whatever, and I just won't enjoy it, and it's just it's just not. I had such a bad taste in my mouth from that experience, and my personality. And my dislike of paperwork and that kind of bureaucratic type stuff, that has not gotten better over the years. So I knew that those things would bother me if I tried to do it in Shogi. Hey, Todoski. You've defaulted on scheduled games. Yeah, I don't like to do... I don't like to default. Yeah, if I say I'm going to do something, I really want to do it. And then, you know, if something happens, like I misread the calendar, like, you know, that's something else. Goshen, and yeah, if the whole world would have the same time zone, these problems would be a thing of the past. Yeah, I know. Everyone should just use the Cupertino time. Everyone should use this time zone. Or Swatch time. Swatch. But even then, you know, it's even if we had the same time zone, people would just start sleeping at different times in the different areas. Boy, oh boy. I'm still feeling what a lousy day. Like honestly, what a lousy day. Has chess.com even have they acknowledged it yet? Okay, they have. I would want to listen to what Hikaru is saying about it, but I don't have no desire to hear the guy that he's talking to. So yeah. So it was first. Yeah, so we saw it from the Charlotte Chess Center once, you know, people came in. I hear that. Okay, Palumi. I was literally just about to click that button. Three weeks from 30. Okay, I thought it was a little above 2650 was his peak classical. Yeah, 2647. And then obviously over 2700 in I think it's Blitz. I don't know what his rapid is. Yeah, he's, like I said, he was a Bay Area guy. It seems like most people out here, if they say they've been to now Rio de Deodara is a sandbagger. Yeah, he's the person everyone will say, "Oh, I saw Daniel Naroditsky at this club," or "Oh, I played Daniel Naroditsky." So they're showing games. I was I mean, half of me going to chess.com there was just hoping, you know, a hoax is debunked. Yeah, it's with Bortnik streaming it. It was pretty clear it was real. Just horrible. Just horrible. It's just horrible. It's like I don't know this guy. Obviously, you know, when you see people streaming, you watch them commentating, you watch a lot. You watch their educational material, as I have with him. You feel like some sort of, what do they call this in I was gonna say, what do they call this in Japan? I think this is everywhere. Is that called parasocial? What is the term for it? I don't know. I don't know what the term is. But anyway, you develop these attachments, and I don't know where I was going with that. I don't know where like I said, I'm yeah. It's rough. It's rough. I'm still I can't even I just feel for his parents. Yeah, he was so we were talking earlier about his passion for the game, and it was one of those things that really struck me is just how he really seemed. I am usually a good detector of when the passion is real, and boy, he really seemed to be passionate about the game and about teaching the game, playing it, talking about it. He just loved it. He was yeah, it's one of those people that like I would expect if you met in real life, they would be like their online persona. And it's been a rough year. Again, I'm not going to jump to any conclusions of what happened, of anything like that, but it has been a very rough past year. And he sure seemed, I don't want to say broken, but it's been a rough past year. Has it been over a year since yeah, you say you guess every viewer feels like a friend of it. It in a way it does. It really does. I think some people are like that. I think Eric Rosen has that effect on people. Some people are just like that. Some people are like that. My understanding is that he also is very much like his streaming persona. Just a real nice and humble guy. With his passion, you're reminded of a friend of your best friend. Who is that? Who is this? Let me switch my scene to be able to. Tireless supporter of Illinois chess. Oh boy. Oh. My wife and I used to go out to a theater in Lincolnshire. We'd watch some plays out there. It's a nice area. A lot of Illinois is very nice. Oh, he was the creator of Enotate. I've heard of Enotate. And I'm not even a chess player, and I've heard of Enotate. Oh. Oh, he died with young children left. Yeah, I don't believe I've heard of. I don't know if this is pronounced Seven or Sevan. While we didn't, I love these. Yeah, while we didn't agree on everything, Seven's voice was always one I respected. There's not to be all death and sorrow today, but uh, I believe it's recent. I believe it's very recent. One of the iconic Japanese game developers, Itagaki-san. He passed, at a young age. 50, I'll say young age, but 58. I think that's still considered. I consider it young, but certainly younger than people would expect. And his friend and rival, in many ways, Harada, the Tekken. So Itagaki was famous for Dead or Alive, the fighting game series, DOA, and for Ninja Gaiden series, among other things, I believe. And Harada-san is famous for Tekken. So I'll play this guy. I'll play this. And yoroshiku onegaishimasu. And he wrote a heartwarming thing about Itagaki-san. And yeah. It's just tough. It's just tough. You saw Harada at a local convention a few weeks ago. Oh wow, interesting. WSL uses the last Saturday of the month to catch any players that couldn't agree on time. Oh, I didn't know that. You believe some player just play at that time? Oh, very interesting. But you'd still have to arrange it, right? It looks like we're getting. It looks like we're potentially getting Gangi. We're potentially getting fourth file. Potentially getting third file. So I'm gonna play it by ear on this one. Now it looks like we're gonna get opposing. Yeah. I shouldn't have played a 10Q. Okay. All right. My head hurts. My head hurts now. I'm gonna try to be a little aggressive. I think it's a tough game. It's a tough game, and I don't think it's one I can rush. Unfortunately, opposing rook is so solid. Anaguma, obviously, even though it takes a lot of moves, it becomes solid. This diagonal becomes often a weakness here. Like a lot of people after they do this will push this pawn. So I think that's a mistake by my opponent. So we can double Tataki. Wow. Hey, Oregon Moniwa, nice to see you. Good morning, Darkney. Great to see you. Is I Dream of Shogi here? I have not seen him today. He's got a lot of he's got 5 generals in his camp. Hmm. So what's the move? What's the move? Taki, I take with the pawn. I take with the knight. Drop the pawn. Take the lance. Let's just take the lance. Let's take the lance. That's a threat. That's a threat back here. It's a threat to win this. But then he'll get his token. He'll get the token. How about take? So he gets a silver. He'll get a silver and a pawn. If he takes the silver, oh boy. So I come up here, he comes here. No, then I just take. I take and he's still going to be dead. So I come up here, he drops a pawn. Well, then I just take. Comes up here, he brings his silver back. I come back. You know, I could come up. If he blocks with silver, I take the silver. He takes. I take the lance. No, he takes the silver. All right, let's come back. Let's come back here. No, we come back here. He drops a pawn on my head. And then I come back. He drops a pawn on my head here. What about coming over here? I think he still can drop a pawn, but then I just take. Huh. I don't want to give a knight, but I'm tempted to give a knight. Let's come up here. Let's come up here. All right. Of all the places to resign, I don't know if that's it. I don't think that's it. I can lose that game. I have lost games like that. Maybe. Hey, I Dream Shogi, good to see you. Darkney was just asking about you. Mentally, I am still not here. I am still not here. I am I'm still just kind of stunned. I'm still just I don't even it almost feels, you know, it's one of those situations where it almost feels stupid to be playing shogi right now. But like, what else am I gonna do? Like, what? And it's not like I even, you know, knew this person, and it's not like not playing shogi is somehow how doing anything for the world. You know, I'm just kind of I'm just kind of stunned. So this was I think this was the wrong move, I think. I think what the opponent should probably do is what are they going to do here? If they just make their castle, plan to open this up, get this guy up, you know, I think it's fine. Although he can't move his bishop while my silver's here. So, like, if he drops the pawn, I don't think I can do this. I don't think. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Or can I? Is that worth it? Is that, you know, in a world where my opponent is about to make Anaguma, you know, not yet has Anaguma, is that it? I don't think so. Like, this doesn't seem good enough. He lost the rook. The game is all about that. True. Thank you, NinWorld. Thank you. I didn't actually, you know, clearly I'm not on my A game right now. I didn't realize I didn't put 2 and 2 together. I didn't realize that I didn't remember that Shogi is a game about capturing the rook. So right now I was thinking that this was the bad move. But now it's not clear to me what the move is. I'm going to still guess it's making the castle. I'm going to guess it's making the castle. You say, NinWorld, so you say it's already hard for him here. How to defend against pawn 8-6. Yeah, so, like, I don't think this is going to be a move. You know, the pawn drop wins the silver? Is the pawn drop good enough here? Like this, I think I'm quite certain that this is now rough. You know, not only am I going to be able to break in, but he's left a silver fork. He hasn't made his castle. So it's like, you know, it's one thing to make Anaguma, but you actually have to make Anaguma. Otherwise, it's incredibly weak. Like, especially if this silver's out of here, like this is a very weak structure for someone who's gonna have a dragon soon. Yeah, if the cat Todosky, exactly. Todosky's saying if the castle isn't built yet, it's a fun moment to look for attacking ideas. Yeah, and I think, you know, that's the classic. That is the classic. I hesitate to call this Torizashi because the silver was, because it's not, you know, technically it's not Torizashi if the opponent played opposing rook. But it's that classic fast attack versus slow castle kind of thing. And not many people make Anaguma against me, but not many people make it against Urashino Ryu channel either. It feels like we often have success against it. But I don't know if that's any... I don't know if there's any... I don't know what to make of that. I don't know what to make of that. In competitive... Darkney, you say, in competitive games, I feel like you have a natural loss and gain. There's always an avoidable balance. Yeah, I think that's the thing. Well, you know, in competitive games, yes. I think with this particular opening, With any fast attack, I guess. With a fast attack, there's going to always be that unavoidable balance of loss and gain. Because a resilient opponent is not going to just lose something for free. They're going to make things happen. And I thought that this opponent was making things happen. Clearly I got a rook, but he got a silver. He made a token. He was badgering my horse, my dragon. And despite the fact that I did have a lance coming in and was aiming my lance and my dragon, my dragon was aiming at the free bishop and aiming at this square which the lance would have taken. It feels like the opponent still would have had something to do. He was overwhelmed by the velocity of my pet opening. Maybe he was underwhelmed by the velocity or lack of velocity of his own pet opening. Is it fair to call this a pet opening? I feel like against opposing rook, I am no longer in pet opening. I'm kind of like, I feel like I'm holding a dog by the leash, and the dog, it's one of those dogs that whenever it walks by the coffee shop, it's just like, just barking at people, just yapping at people and other dogs. You're curious whether anyone in the Harbor Discord can find a way to make this mismatch work. Maybe Torizashi or Urshin or Ryu. Yeah, technically not Torizashi, but yeah. Yeah. It's a lot of times it just ends up becoming, again, one of those slow game type things where I might have some initiative over on this side, but I'll be forced to make a better castle. They'll have a strong castle, and it's going to be who sees the tactics or who manages to break things open with pawns. It's going to be Shogi. I guess in the end of the day, it's going to be Shogi. But is this the move? Was this the first? I'm gonna flip the engine. I want to see what it's even suggesting here. A 3/6 pawn. Okay, so it does want that pawn. So that is not a good trade, I guess. Or 6/8 gold. So 6/8 gold. It's not. I think this is not a move that an Anaguma player wants to make, but it seems like when people play opposing rook and they make Anaguma, plenty of people seem to do it against me. Maybe it is a good way to fend off the attack. But if he does that gold, what am I going to do here? I push, and he drops the gold again, or he moves the gold over. I mean that makes sense, right? If I put, if he comes over, I push, he comes over again, and I'm defended. That silver move that I talked about is probably just, we probably don't want to we don't want to waste that silver move. That would make it a loss. That would make it a 2 tempo loss. Okay, so anyway, the engine says 6/8 gold. It also says 3/8 gold. What? $3/8 silver? Oh, 3/8 gold. That's the move. Oh, I'm looking over here. Yeah, 3/8 gold is the move that I said. The move that I said, and I thought it would be like that 2 tempo loss. And 3/6. So 3/6. I want to look at 3/6 because this is what I expect most opponents will do. And then I do push. So it's bishop takes is good. Bishop, not good, but it's, the val is going more to my side. Bishop takes and pawn takes are the only moves. So if he does take this, and then the rook comes over, oh, 7/7 pawn. I don't have these in me. I don't have these moves in me. How do I get these moves in me? It also likes 8/8 gold or pawn. It also likes 8/8 token. How do I get this move in? How do I get this into the candidate box? Into my box of candidate moves. How am I going to get this? Before I look at this anymore, what I showed before, I was wondering what I do here. Okay, I can just take the lance. I can take the lance, or I can just promote. Fascinating. Okay. I guess that does seem good. I'll admit it does seem good. And we could just force it. Okay. Okay. Okay, so anyway, back to this move. How do I trust? How do I trust that this is fast enough? NinWorld, you say, I don't have to see that pawn 7/7 since token is much more worth than a silver. A token is much... Well... The relative value of a token versus silver isn't a large part of the value of a token is that you can give it up. Is that you can give it up for essentially free. But in this case, I've already given up. The idea would be that I can give up this token in order to win a silver or win a gold or whatever. Isn't that a large part of the value of a token? But in this case, I already got that silver. I mean, I already gave up a silver in value. And all things equal, I would definitely take a token over a silver. But in this case, like if I don't see this move, now what's happening is that my thinking here, just my incorrect thinking that's trying to sort of that's trying to not, I didn't track that win. That's not trying to
Win.
I'm trying to discount this token by saying it's blocking my rook. If I come up and the knight jumps, I'm burying. I'm only getting a lance. I'm only getting. So I'm getting a lance, but I'm killing my token, and I've already given him a silver. Is sort of my thinking there. Like if I'm evaluating on this move, the evaluation is here. Like this is the evaluation. Like I see that I will have a token, he will have a silver and an advanced pawn. His rook will be on 6-8. You know, in my vision, it was what I just drew out before. I'll have a token, but my rook will be blocked. And he'll have a silver. Nobody can be certain about everything. Well, I think that's sometimes my problem in shogi is that I'm trying to calculate my way through it, and then sometimes then I need an evaluation function. And my evaluation function is often, I think, correct, but I don't see the plan. So regardless of my evaluation, like, I'll say, I should do this. But the fact is, I don't have a good plan with it. So I'll say, like, I don't see the follow-up. So even if I know that it's better, I mean, I'll try to do it. I still try to do it. If I think it's better, I'll do it. But then I'll lose. I think that's the thing, is that, like, I think I'll do it and then I'll lose. And then maybe hopefully I'll learn in the PGA. I think that's it. Well, I shouldn't have an excuse in this game, Todovsky, because this is a 1560 game. I mean, 1560 is still relatively rapid, I guess. But you're right. If the evaluation says to go for it, you need to find tactics to support the decision. And that's the thing. So my eval says go for it, but I'm looking for, like, possible scenarios which end up good for me. And I'm not necessarily seeing it. And that's when I will often back off. I'll back off, and then we'll do PGA, or I'll go in front of the engine, and it'll be like, yeah, you should have done it. But, it's tough. It's tough. It's not clear. And in NinWorld, you say it's not clear what the opponent wants to do with the silver in hand. Yeah. Yeah. But, the more silvers in hand and the more pawns that they might get is, I start getting the more advanced pawn, I start getting nervous, and I'm just going to get Tataki'd. Like that feels like the end. I don't think that it was realistic here, but that feels like so many of my attempted tactical shots like this, they end because of an unforeseen Tataki on the head of my rook. So maybe I was a little shy. Oh, interesting. Goshujin, you say play lots of bots. Or let them play against each other. Oh, man. I don't know. But yeah, you would definitely see these pawn drops the more you see them. The pawn drop, I really like the pawn drop. That pawn drop, it feels to me like very much what the strong players that I play would do in a situation like this. I think, again, something I've said like a broken record, I say this, but I'm often looking for that knockout punch so early, and I'm so afraid to play slower, strong moves. And this would be one of those. It's like, I need to get my rook in, boom, boom, I've got a token, let me get, just bang my way through and, get this win. But this is something else. Like, this is, like, now, if I were to think about this during a game, I'd be like, okay, well, I can do this. Then what if he opens here, and then I promote, and then he gets his bishop out, and then, what am I going to do? And I guess I would take, and then he takes, and then I take, and now am I good? Beginners at chess love to move their queen. It makes sense to start an attack with light pieces. Yeah. Although, hashtag Team Scandy. Hashtag Team Scandy. John Bartholomew. Big fan of John Bartholomew. Though I play his 3 queen d8 line. So I'm moving it, but I'm moving it back. His new course, which I have not gotten or seen, is the queen a5, the 3 queen a5 course. And I'm drawing it on a shogi board like it's the same. I mean, it's basically this. You're taking here. I'm not Bartholomew. Well, this don't bring facts into these. We're not supposed to. We're dealing with emotions here. We're not dealing in facts. How dare you? How dare you point this out? How dare you? All right. So in the end, this is promising for me, but it is defendable. It is defendable, both by this and what I had considered. Yeah. So if he does this, what are my plans? Like, what are my plans? I don't think this. I think this is shot. Unlike the gold way, I don't think I even exchanged this. I guess I could. I don't think a Tataki is going to do anything. No, it's not going to do anything. This feels like something I would do, but regret later on, dropping the pawn on 3-6. Like, I might actually just make my castle. And then he'd have time then to make his, which I don't like, but maybe that's it. What does the engine say? Oh, the engine just says take the pawn. Take the pawn. Oh, yes, I can just take that pawn. Yeah, in the game, I think I would see that. In the game, I think I would see that. I'm overthinking maybe in analysis. What are the other moves? 3-4. Oh, interesting. It wants to get that bishop over. It wants to get the rook over. This is a move. Yeah, I have trouble making these. 5-3. I guess we're planning on the edge. And 2-2, which is anticipating that pawn opening up. Okay. So my move of gold is not great, not terrible. Not great, not terrible. It's fine. Totally fine. Yeah, what happens when we take the pawn? The engine is suggesting that the next move is opening this. Interesting. So I would have expected from this point they make the castle and then they open this up and then get this going. But the engine is saying that just open it up immediately. Oh, they're all good. All the so this is good. This is good. This interestingly is good, and making the castle. They're all pretty equal. They're all pretty equal. But this was it. This was it. Oh, the most difficult move in Shogi is a backwards silver move. Oh, that's nice. So coming back prevents the Tataki because I can just take it. It opens this. What does the opponent do here? I guess if he takes the pawn, then I'm golden. Boy, I like that. Yeah, the advantage just keeps going. The engine's saying this. Really? I don't just take? I can just take. Interesting. I can just take, but it likes this more. What is this? I don't want to bear down engine lines, but what is this? Okay. Okay. All right. Boy, this is it's such patient shogi. It's so patient. I think that's one of the things about fast attacks. Is that the fast attacks, the rapid attacks, when you actually get to the moment where you're just like ready to make, when you're making the attack, the opponent isn't going to just give you your rapid attack, but the rapid attack places you in a position so that you can make slow attacks, like slow and effective attacks. Shogi's a two-player game. It's a two-player game. You can't expect to just be given everything. And you can't be expected to just be given everything, and you can't crumble every time your opponent doesn't give you everything. Yeah, you get to find the moves the opponent missed. Yeah. And I think in some way, I want to say that that's really one of the big things about advancing from the Q level, is that a lot of times your attacks, your opponents will give them to you. If you're going for an attack, your opponent will give you the attack. Or miss your intent, thereby giving you the attack. But as you play stronger players, they won't. So you need to find your smaller advantages. It doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that you don't your play isn't good, and it doesn't mean your rapid attacks aren't effective. It just means you get a little less out of it. But as a better player, you need less sometimes, I guess. My mouth is really dry. It's really dry. It's been 3 hours. I'm going to get some water. I'm going to get water and bio break. Well, I think I still need to keep reviewing this one. Because if only because there is a player that I play over the board that does Anaguma opposing rook. You know, I don't play him often, but he is in the area, and I need as many ideas as I can get against this thing. So let me switch the scene. I'll be right back. All right, I am back. Sorry for the delay. Got my tea. So what did I play? I think I probably pushed the silver, and I did. So besides the beautiful 7-5 silver move, what was that was the best by a decent amount. Oh, interesting. 8-7. It Oh, 7-3 pawn was also okay. Really? I guess he doesn't have a silver, so the tataki is not so... Wait, so if I do this, and then he tatakis, I take, he tatakis, I come back, he takes, wow, this is now we're getting into sophisticated shogi. Now we're getting into sophisticated stuff. Moving backwards, moving back to win. Two backward moves in a row. Like, he jumps. We can take... But we can also drop 8-7. Wow. Wow. Okay. Huh. The opponent has a one-piece attack. Well, I mean, it's two, potentially three. You know, he has ways of stopping me. You know, he's got his rook, he's got his pawn. He's desperately trying to prevent me from getting in this case. And I guess that just leaves an opportunity for us to make a token. This runs the risk of taking there. Wow, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think one thing I also need to learn here, which I saw in the game, but I don't think I saw it immediately, was that this rook is this rook's in danger. This rook is definitely in danger. All right, so we took... It's okay. It's okay. Taking is the move, and I took. Okay. All right. All right. We're... I think I played 8-4. Yeah. It looks like anything reasonable was all good here. So I probably spent more time than I should have here. Wait, the opponent? I don't remember the opponent making this move. Was that a misclick? I don't remember the opponent making that move. I think I probably saw it and just assumed. I just assumed. I saw the silver, and I think I bet my brain just assumed it went here. Making Mino with the advanced. I guess it's still not that bad against the side attacks. I mean, you clearly, I think you'd prefer the Anaguma. Okay. Take with the knight. 7-5 pawn. Well, I didn't. 7-5 pawn would allow him to Tataki. Or he could just take. Wait, 7-5 pawn, he just takes. Oh no, I take with the dragon. Well no. Yes. Okay. All right, well, my move isn't even in the top 5. Pawn drop? Pawn drop? Really? Oh, the pawn drop gives me time to pull back. I see. So that's, I was debating between pulling back and doing this, but I don't think I can pull back now because they're going to be able to Tataki and be annoying. But actually, I think he still can, even if I do this and he goes back and I pull back, I think he still can Tataki and be annoying. Yeah, pawn 5-3 would facilitate 7-5, pawn 7-5. Yeah. Huh. It also likes 7-5 immediately. Wait, so 8-8 is the third best move. But the Tataki. Yeah, and the engine is even suggesting the Tataki. Oh, no. Okay, I see. I see what you did here, engine. I see what you did here. I see what you did here, engine. No. Okay, that's not the... That's... No. No. I've lost enough of these games. Yeah, this practically speaking, that's not a good practical choice for me. I don't think that's a good practical choice for me. He's got a full castle. Yeah, it is a big bunch of pieces. Just the attack doesn't stop. It feels like the attack just doesn't stop here. Yeah, if they castled properly, you'd agree. Yeah. But this castle's not that bad. It's better than my castle. In the end, it's all relative. If you, Goshijin, yeah. If you have no ego like a computer, you look at this and say, good enough. Yeah, I think that's a tough one to evaluate at the board as well. because you're giving up a dragon. It's not, you know, it's not just a rook. It's not, you know, it's a dragon. You're giving them a rook, and your castle is just, you don't have a I have no castle. I have no castle. That's I'll excuse myself from that one. I will definitely excuse myself from that one. So especially if that is, yeah, yeah. Otherwise, the next best move is just losing it. Yeah. Yeah, you have to be able to read, like the engine can. You have to be able to read that you're going to be able to deal with this with the drop. You know, because there will be attacks. It's just, can you survive? I'm not so sure I could. Okay. And this was correct for the opponent. And oh, interesting. The engine wanted 4-2 knight. Oh no, the engine wanted not. Well, the 4-2 knight would be a move. It now wants knight take, which is what I did. Oh, it is not what I did. I'm staring at 4-2 knight. I'm trying to understand why. What's the follow-up to 4-2 knight? You say, oh, okay. I just saw that. I saw your 2 messages. Like, I want to say that I was thinking of knight take drop here, but never blocking my bishop. Like, that wouldn't have even occurred to me to block the bishop. So what's the idea? Oh, the computer does not want to save the rook. Human is going to save the rook. Oh, it just wants to make this trade? Oh, okay. It's just textbook continuing to add attackers. Just continue to add attackers. Wait. Oh no. What? What is even happening? What's even... What is even happening? Why is this so good? I guess his castle is now semi-wrecked. Yeah, his castle, and it's looking weaker. Yeah. As we just keep putting our pieces in places that are good. Huh. Hey, Surgebringer. What do I take from this? 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 Maybe I don't need to take anything from it just because my lance was fine. Maybe that's just a lot of visualization. Yeah. Just keep pounding away, maybe. Boy. Boy. Oh, nice. My move was good. My move was good. But it thinks 8-6 is also good. They're equal. I was so proud of myself for even considering this move. But let's say he does this, and then this happens. And that was the engine's best move. Just wants to come back. All right. All right. And we continue to expose weaknesses. Yeah, this is going away. No, this is not this is going nowhere. Wow. This would have been as far as I would have been able to read that. And I think I would have just if this like had I had this is what I probably would have read, and I think I would have discarded it because of this. This feels so slow. But maybe it doesn't have to be fast. Yeah, I'm going to lose this knight. But there's also I think this was also a thing, right? If I drop the rook, what if he takes? It's yeah. Yeah. I guess it's fine. It's still fine. Huh. All right. All right. All right. This is just, it feels like this is an evaluation fest. And maybe I just got lucky at the end of it. If tactics are tricky, it could mean that something earlier was missed, such is often the case in real games. Yeah. Yeah, it's just tough. I think maybe I just came out luckier that my stuff generally worked. Oh, big mistake. Big mistake. Huge. Like Pretty Woman. Yeah, and this is, you know, this is the position in these types of games where I will lose these or I'll make slow moves. There's just so many candidate moves here right now. So many candidate moves. That's nice. Yeah, it's yeah. Just we're playing shogi. Just have to be able to see these things. This is that middle game where even a decent advantage is not enough. It's very easy to lose. Very easy to give it up. He pulled this back. And then my opponent resigned in just barely worse than an even game. So maybe he had to go. So again, this was the move again. Also the move. Oh, how did I not see? Yeah, this one feels very nice. Yeah, that feels nice. But you know, am I going to get trapped? I think I am going to get trapped. Let's just say he takes. Let's say he takes this knight. Oh, this is going to be fast enough. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So take, draw. Take. Gold over. Or so my idea is still, I think, good. Yeah, I'm gonna lose this. Okay. Wow. Shogi is mind-blowing. Shogi's mind-blowing. All right. So maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. You say you need to find these tactics or find best moves. Or the thing is, like, even if you find the best moves, Shogi's just it's so difficult. It's so difficult. Like, I thought I was making a nice practical move here. I think I just can't afford to give that knight. I can't afford. So he saves. And then I would just take. Maybe I need to play openings with castles. maybe this is a sign that I have to play openings with castles. Like, if take. Like, sure, I'm protecting this right now. But dang. It feels like on the edge of a knife still. Koshiro, awesome to see you. Awesome to see you. That's why we play it. It would be a boring game if it was an easy game. It's true, but not this hard. Not this hard. I drew a Shogi. You say, here, was it better to sack the lance first? Oh gosh, I wonder where you said that. I wonder where you said that. It was 5 minutes ago. Shoot, I'm so sorry. Привет всем из России. Arangelka? Arhangelka? Is that yeah? I've never seen that pronunciation. That yeah. Yeah, Aran. I'm sorry. My text is so small. Yeah. Arhangelka. Oh, Is. It's not Ea. I'm sorry. So that I can fit my Twitch and YouTube on one display. The font size is so like unbelievably small. So I couldn't tell that said Is. I thought it said Ea. I thought it might be like a slang of I. Yes. Gelka. Хорошо. Привет. In honor of Naroditsky-san, I will read and speak a little bit of my pitiful Russian. Shogi isn't chess. Shogi is not chess. That's I think sometimes I don't actually believe it, but it helps to get that reassurance. Shogi is not chess. But man, it's so easy to lose these games. It's so easy to lose these games. And you know, my opponent resigning here, it doesn't make me feel so good. If I built Anaguma, losing might be harder. It'd just be more torturous. More torturous and slow. Ornolf, I know. That's why didn't he resign earlier? Like why don't you just resign here? It's clearly over. It's clearly over. I have the rook. Not only do I have the rook, I also have a dragon. Maybe. Yeah, this just yeah, I love this move. I do love this move. An active move. Yeah, that's nice. That's real nice. And just to make sure, he takes the knight. Just because I feel like I'm doubting everything now. If he takes this knight, I take the silver. Okay. Okay. The engine agrees. And then I take this. Okay. Okay. But he's still got a lot of stuff. He's still got a lot of stuff. Yeah. All right. All right. Well, that was a fun one. That was definitely a fun game. I would say, normally I would say it's a shame that he resigned so early. But I think I'll take this one today. I'll take this. I'll take it today. We take those. And I'll take it now. Just a nice saber-tooth graph. Oh boy. Oh, last move of the I missed. I was trying so hard to pronounce the Russian that I missed that. So let's look at that last move of the game. Of sacking the lance. So instead of the rook. Because then that would create the fork. Well, I guess if we take and then he takes, I don't have the fork, right? Because he could just block. Well, Koshiro, he should have resigned when it happened. But, you know, that's something, I'm going to change my scene. That's something that Muse has talked about before. He said, you know, sometimes, you know, when you're deep in a game, that you need to take 2 or 3 moves to compose yourself in order to resign. Just because you just have to get that mental, you have to put yourself in the mental state, I think, to resign. So you might play a couple moves more than you would. And maybe that's what the opponent was doing. The opponent was just sort of calming his nerves, especially since it's late in Japan. He wanted to go to bed. Calming the nerves, getting prepared for the resign. And they did it. But like, so if we do this, if we take here, so I think the and then if I do this, yeah, it's back to even. And this would Interesting. Some crazy stuff. So I wonder, like I was trying to set, like that's what I was trying to set up with this. I was trying to set up this lance take. It was a delayed reaction. Yeah, he looked at the pieces in hand. He looked at the pieces in hand. He looked at the board, and he realized, wait a minute, I don't have a rook anymore. That's what I would do. I mean, honestly, if I don't have a rook, you might as well not even play. Like, what is shogi without a rook? Oh boy. I this weekend in my big game over the board that I played yesterday, I was fortunate to get a very strong position. Essentially, I had a horse. I had a horse here and was threatening the rook and threatening to break in, and all sorts of stuff was going on. And gosh darn it, I did not take the rook with my horse. I did not take it with the horse. And you know what? Every time I try to play like a proper shogi player, the engine slaps me down. It's like, no, take that rook. Take that rook. It's a rook. Your horse is worthless. Get the rook. Yeah. Yeah, so I was disappointed later on when running it through the engine. I was disappointed to see I did lose the game. It was a really fun game. It was just a great game. And I just was surprised to see, the engine says get rid of that horse. I just thought I would badger with the horse for the rest of the game and get my other pieces in, and it was really fun. Really fun. A very creative defense by my opponent, and in positions where the engine says I have an advantage, I ended up unable to see. Sometimes when there are so many places that you can place your pieces, so many spots, so many moves to make, many times my candidates weren't even, none of my candidates were in retrospect very good. And it's just a hard game. It's a hard game. It's a hard game. So, oh well. Anyway, so that is that. Oops, I closed that. I'm not sure what to do at this point. So we're closing in on 4 hours. We're closing it loaf. The loaf. Atari loaf. We're closing in. Wait, so how so I have seen. I know that Foradun is a subscriber, but I've seen some people that are not subscribers use the Atari, the Atari images, and I didn't think they were available. What is what? Let me see here. What do we have? I have the emotes, I'm trying to say. Yeah, weird. Very strange, very strange. I don't know how that has worked. Is there some like exploit on the emotes that I don't know of on Twitch? Yeah, because I'm looking at my list here. I see the tier 1. It's got Atari Loaf and it's got Atari Guilty. And then tier 2, just because I had no other space for tier 1, there's the Atari Lazy. But yeah, none are. I have none set up as follower emotes because these are the only ones I made. Let me see, Atari. Where's Atari Lazy? Oh, you can gain access using channel points. Ah, I have never done, in all these years, I have never done that. Okay, that's interesting. Like, there are some channels that I've watched for a long time, and like, you know, I've got like a bazillion channel points. Bigsby's a good one. That's a high quality image. That's a real high quality one. Yeah, that one's real nice. Zoomed in, it's real nice too. The Bigsby. So I think, as far as I know, Bigsby is the Silicon Valley Shogi Club mascot. But I don't remember. I think so. I think the president of the Silicon Valley Shogi Club, who I haven't seen in ages, I think he made it. You know, he has the physical one. I'll ask him. Yeah, I'll ask. You know, I do have a slot now. It looks like I got another slot. I'll ask. See if he's okay. If he's okay with it and you're okay with it, I would love to put that in there. Like, I don't want to copy your, you know, your. Anyway. All right. So I think this is going to do it for me today. I think I'm going to close up, get the video going, watch some Naroditsky speed run, get a cup of coffee, just get all emotional, and then maybe see what some of the chess people are saying. Yeah. And then later on dinner time, I guess I'll watch Miss King again for the second time. So hopefully people enjoy this fourth episode of Miss King. You know, I'm not going to give any spoilers, but it's well, we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it in the future. We're halfway through that show, and to this day, we still do not have any Miss King viewers. Nobody has admitted to coming in and being a Miss King viewer, and I'm getting a little disappointed by that. I'm not. You know, it's in the grand scheme of things, especially in light of, you know, today's news. This is a very minor thing in the grand scheme of things, but I'm disappointed that it does not seem like Miss King is making all that much progress in getting us more players, in getting some buzz. I wonder why that is. Maybe because it's not dubbed. Maybe because maybe people just aren't as interested in Japanese stuff as I thought. I would have thought that, you know, Netflix people are going to see this series and they're going to be like, oh, I'll watch that. Maybe there's so many dramas available on Netflix right now that maybe this would just be lost in the shuffle. And there'd be no reason, especially based on the trailer, there'd be no reason for someone to be like, "Oh, what's that? What's that? What is this this trends?" Todowski, let me open this. Oh, I've sent too many requests to Google recently. Okay. Okay. All right. No. Wait, what does this mean? Why would it be so popular right here? I mean, so popular. 100 is very low. Oh, it's the peak popularity. Oh, these aren't values. It's the peak popularity. Okay, half as popular. Oh, okay. Oh my goodness. So it's steady. It's steady. It's steady. let's look on the bright side. It's steady. I need to I want the numbers though. Like they're not giving the absolute value, I guess, which is unfortunate. Can we okay, we can't. Again, it's steady. It's solid. It's solid. It's not losing ground. We could say that. It's not losing ground. So when I see results like this immediately makes me think that their data collection system had some issues. But yeah, look, it's on the rise. Even in Japan, we could even say it's on the rise. We do need the anime Dad no Shogi. We do. Maybe it would do better. Maybe it would do better. Let me get a better view here. Maybe it would do better. There's let's see Brazil. I'm looking for somewhere. I guess it's dropping. It's dropping. I'm trying to find a place. I'm trying to find a place where it's rising. I'm trying to find a place. All right, so Tortu-P, let's I think Tortu-P has been watching. There's not even enough data in Finland to give that response. So maybe we can say this isn't a sign. This is not a sign that Miss King is struggling. This is a sign that Google search is losing to the AIs, to ChatGPT and so on. I think that's the lesson we can take away from this. It's that Google's relevance is shrinking. It's not that Miss King is doing not so well. It's that Google's relevance is shrinking. That's the story, and I'm going to go with it. That's my story. Just get everyone in the harbor to repeatedly search for it and encourage all the friends. If we do that, yeah, we'll get like 10 extra searches. Oh boy. Boy, oh boy. Oh, funny. If Kabit DK, if you're still here, that follow from 2 hours ago, which showed up at the bottom of my activity feed, it now just popped up to the top. So Twitch did it. Twitch fixed it. Let's ask an AI. Do we have any? I don't think I have chat. How do you? I don't go to ChatGPT. Is it even ChatGPT? Okay. How popular is Miss King in the West? It seems like you might be referring to a specific individual named Miss King. This AI doesn't even know what Miss King is. This guy is like, talk to me about something important. Talk to me about something relevant. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I don't want to say that I had so much hope. It wasn't so much hope, when I did that preview episode, that preview podcast. It wasn't so much hope, but I did have hope that like, we're gonna get a bump. We're gonna get some bump. It might not be like Queen's Gambit, but we're gonna get something. As long as the show is okay, we're gonna get something. And it turns out the show is good. The show is good. It's not perfect, but the show is good. And we're still not getting, it doesn't seem like anything. Man. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's the life I want to lead, Todovsky. That's exactly the life I want to lead. I want to create a Wikipedia page and then argue with the Wikipedia editors for the rest of my days over its right to exist. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Oh boy. At least at the bottom of this page, it does admit ChatGPT can make mistakes. Check important info. So they're acknowledging that maybe Miss King is doing all right. Goodness. Okay. Well, anyway, I'm enjoying the series. I do wish they would have made it bingeable. I do wish they would have had dubs, which I think would have gotten a bigger audience. Both of which I think would have gotten them a bigger audience. So, while my hope has kind of been diminished a bit, the nice thing is that the series is not done. So now I can tell myself that, well, once it's bingeable, maybe then people will come to watch it, and then they'll come into Shogi. So I'm going to hold that hope out. That'll get me another 4 weeks of optimism for Miss King. You hope it's getting interest in Japan. Yeah, I hope so too. I hope it's getting interest somewhere. Obviously, we'd like to have more Western shogi players, but if the population of shogi players is growing in Japan, that can only be a good thing. So, hopefully at least the show gets some excitement over there. Yeah, the last big shogi boom happened because of Fuji Sota. Yeah, and that's a long time ago. Yeah. It still seems like from a couple people I've talked to recently who live in Japan, they've said it's still like the club, like the playing, the physical over the board playing of shogi it's reverting back. It feels like to like Oji-san's Miss King showed that in the Miss King club. When in Miss King when she went to the club, and it was all old guys. Maybe that's how it's always been, but my anecdotal evidence of what I've been told by like 2 people makes me think that we're in a lower state of excitement about the game in Japan, that it's getting just to be the older guys. It seems like chess is still at least in our area, here in Northern California, is still very popular with the kids. Kids are still playing it in school to the point where they have to have, my understanding is they still have basically, classroom rules of no chess. Outside of like recess times. As the old players get older, there will become room for new players. Maybe as the old players get older, we'll just have fewer players. People are discussing Miss King a bit in r/J Dorama. Yeah, so I saw a thread in there a few weeks ago. There was a very short thread. So you're saying there is one now? Okay, awesome. I'll have to check that out. Definitely have to check that out. I think the series is pretty good as far as quality has gone. And it's obviously it's only 4 episodes. As far as quality and the content, it's better than I expected. And I obviously I had hopes for it. I had hopes for it to do well. And the things that I was worried about are things that I think they did wrong, or have done wrong. But for the most part, I think it's a very enjoyable series. I do wonder how approachable it is for non-shogi players, though. As I say that, I'm wondering about that. Yeah, I dream of shogi. So I do think that is a bummer. I really think that's a bummer, and I don't know who decides those things. I do think there is a contingent of people, and I'm hoping a bigger contingent than I even expect, that expect on Netflix to be able to binge the drama, to be able to binge their show, watch it to the end. And so I'm hoping, like I said before, I'm hoping that once the show is bingeable, then people will start watching it. And then the buzz might start happening, and then maybe we get compounded buzz. And that's my hope anyway, because it is a good show. It is slow. Like today's episode, this week's episode, it's a very short series. These episodes are only 30 minutes. They're maybe even less than 30 minutes, actually, when you count the intro and you count, the outro. It's probably less than 30 minutes per episode. The first episode was like 40 minutes or so, 45 minutes. And someone said that the last episode will also be longer, but they're not long episodes, and there are only 8 of them. So, one of my major problem with it right now, my major problem with it is weird. My thing is weird. My 81 Dojo, the label, interesting, is off. I'm gonna switch my scene to something else just because that's annoying. It's that she's so good with so little effort. I think that's my major criticism of it. I think my second criticism of it is that it's for an 8 series, for an 8. What am I trying to say? For an 8. I'm just fixing the chat here. For an 8 episode series, it's too slow. the action's too slow. And like today's episode is an extremely slow episode. Not much happens. And like especially coming off of last week's great episode where there was a lot of shogi, a lot of stuff happening, a lot of excitement. I'm going to say, no spoilers again, other than if you consider this a spoiler. I think this is by far the weakest episode so far. This episode is almost throwaway as far as I'm concerned. You could probably throw this away. You do learn some interesting stuff. So it's not bad. It's not bad, and I enjoy it. And I'm going to be watching it again in probably in 3 hours with my wife. But it's the least going on. You say people love genius. Do they? For a drama, it feels like you kind of need like Beth Harmon in Queen's Gambit was a genius, but she wasn't immediately world class. I think that's the thing. You can be a genius, but even as a genius, you don't immediately become world class. And I think that's the difference. That that was the big thing I talked about in that podcast episode, the podcast preview, is that I hope that it's not one of those. And it turned out to be, but I'm still enjoying it. Second comment, if it's that good, I might just wait till all 8 episodes are out and binge them. Can't stand it. Yeah, it's 2025 and it's Netflix. So, like, I think some shows can pull off the weekly serialization. Like we've talked on this stream before, like Game of Thrones, it was must-watch viewing for many people around the country. I don't know of the world, but many people in the country, such that, people would be talking about it on Monday. So for the first season or 2, or maybe even more, like I didn't watch it, but I knew what was going on because I couldn't avoid it because coworkers were talking about it. Like, it was a huge thing. So they could pull that off and make that work. But like Miss King, I don't know. Maybe in Japan. How good is the watching rating in Japan? Sabi, good to see you. I don't know. I don't know how to look at that. I don't know how to get that data. Like, I don't know if Netflix releases that data or if the showrunners are able to release that data. I don't know. Or Abema would I suppose Abema might really, because it's Netflix worldwide, I think, but it's Abema in Japan. Let's ask this AI again. This AI that doesn't even know what Miss King is. How well is the Abema? Is the new Abema series Miss King doing in Japan? The new Abema series, Miss King, has been generating quite a buzz in Japan! Exclamation point. It reminds me, if anyone is a Seinfeld fan, it reminds me of the series where the episode where they're making exclamation points and Elaine hates exclamation points, or she wanted an exclamation point on a note, and then they're writing a note to the accountant or whatever. They're writing Kramer and Jerry, they think that the accountant or financial advisor is on cocaine because he's sniffing every time he's with them. He's making a sniffing noise with his nose. The reality is the guy is allergic to Jerry's mohair sweater. So he had a mohair sweater and he's allergic to it. So that's why he's sniffling. But they think he's on drugs. They're writing a note and then they're like, exclamation point. And then Kramer, after that, they write another line. I'd like you to cease and desist immediately and return our money. Double exclamation point. Anyway. So this is reminding me of Seinfeld. Sorry for the long ramble. Especially like you're not a human. I know you're not a human. Why are you putting an exclamation? Like, why are you talking like a child to me? I'm a grown man. The new Obama series, Miss King, has been generating quite a buzz in Japan. Like, I'm not a child. Don't treat me like a child. Just answer my question. God. Yeah, let me ask. Yeah, so let's edit this. Well, I think it knows this. See, well, it's an Obama series. You say Netflix. I know what the Netflix is, but I think in Japan people are watching it in Obama. How long does it take me to read an answer? I've got to talk about every single line, everything bothering me in the world. Obama, the streaming platform, is known for producing a mix of reality shows, drama. Yeah, I know that. I didn't ask that. The series, which is about a high school girl. Wrong. She's not a high school girl. So immediately, you ask any engine about shogi stuff, they're like, you bring the bishop down. You bring the bishop down to 6'8", or not to 6'8". What did it say? When I asked about Urshin or Ryu, it talked about silver 6'8", and it's like, and then you bring the bishop down to 7'4", or it was like some absurd thing, and I'm like, okay, I can't trust anything else. Because, you would say you bring the bishop down to 3'1" or to 7'9", something like that. But anyway. Now I'm rambling about that. Okay, so they're already incorrect on the details. Also, what is the age gap supposed to be between her brother and her? Like, what was this? What was Yuichi-san doing? Or is it Yuichi? Or is it Yuiki? Yuichi? I don't remember his name. What was Yuichi-san doing? Early reviews highlight a couple of key factors contributing. Well, so what's its success? It's been performing well. No! Give me details. Give me numbers and details. Not exclamations. Please. Okay, got it. Also, don't treat me like a child. I'm not a child. Here's a more detailed breakdown of, okay, Miss King is reported to have garnered over 1 million views in its first 2 weeks of airing on Abema. This is a strong start, particularly for a new series on a platform like Abema, which isn't as widely known as some of the other streaming services, but has a dedicated audience in Japan. The first episode reportedly attracted over 200,000 viewers during its initial airing. Wait, what is initial airing? Because there have only been 4 episodes. So 200,000 viewers would be fewer than the average. Ask it for sources. Yeah, that's a good idea. Can you please provide your sources for the numbers? Thanks. Also, please don't treat me like a child. Apologies for the tone earlier. I'll keep things straightforward and professional. All right. I'm enjoying now I'm starting to understand why people like talking to these stinking AIs. All right. All right. And don't call me Shirley. So anyway, to clarify, the data I provided comes from a mix of available media reports, viewer analytics from Abema's platform, and general industry trends. However, I don't have access to specific real-time databases or proprietary sources like Abema's internal metrics or direct user feedback. Okay, their own public reports and summaries shared by media outlets like Nikkei Entertainment and Yahoo Japan. Yahoo Japan's still a big thing over there. Social media and buzz, the hashtag trend. Okay, so the demographic details come from reports on Abema's target audience. Typically skewed towards younger viewers. Interesting. Critical reception. Okay, so how was it received there? Okay, so let's skip ahead. Merchandise and spin-offs. The initial success of merchandise, I wonder what merchandise they've got. Speculation on spin-offs typically reported. Okay, so we don't know. We don't know. We don't know if there's going to be a series 2. Has the Miss King Abema series been red lit? Is that what it's called? Greenlit for series 2, season 2. Stay logged out. As of now, there hasn't been an official announcement confirming. Okay. But I can't really trust this because it said she's a high schooler. She's not a high schooler. Google search can't find numbers. Yeah, you're not sure. I don't think I trust OpenAI. Everything I have ever asked OpenAI that I have known myself has had some wonkiness. Every answer has had some wonkiness. Like that Urashino Ryu example that I gave earlier. You know, they're slightly wrong in some very important ways. But maybe that doesn't, in a post-truth world, maybe this does not matter. Let's get all deep. Well, let's get all deep and morose. All right. So anyway, the show, we're halfway done with it. We're halfway through it. I'm still pleased with it. I'm looking forward to watching the 4th episode again tonight. And I'm still eagerly awaiting the first person that comes to this channel and either on Twitch or YouTube and says, "Oh, I found out about Shogi from Miss King. You know, can you tell me more about the game?" I'm just waiting for that. Yeah, exactly, Todowski. Yeah, especially from Reddit. Yeah, they got all that data from Reddit, and now they're not so generous. Although I thought they did have an agreement. Doesn't OpenAI pay Reddit now? Maybe not. Yeah, okay. So Todowski has done it. All right, so we've got our person who asked. I asked, and Todowski has delivered. Thank you. So now, I guess it's just like asking the AI. You have to be particular. It's the genie. So I had 3 wishes. Todowski has used the first wish and has answered my first wish. Now the second wish is that someone who I don't know is going to ask. Someone who's actually new to the game. Boy. All right. Well, anyway. Yeah. That'll do it. Shogi's fun. I tell you, Shogi is fun. It's a niche. Or niche, depending on how you would pronounce it. If you want to sound more sophisticated. I think it sounds more sophisticated to say niche. I think it sounds more sophisticated that way. So I'll say it niche. Maybe it's more Midwestern. You know, maybe we're more working class in the Midwest. So maybe that's why, you know, we used to say niche. But a lot of people out here in California say niche. So anyway, I don't know why I'm talking about that either. I'm going to close up. The games were fun today. think it learned. Outside of the bad news, and sorry for getting sidetracked. We must have spent an hour and a half, 2 hours talking about Daniel Naroditsky, but it's big news to me. And anytime someone young dies, it's a complete tragedy. But someone who's so beloved, and someone who I have just really, I've enjoyed his work. I'll just say that I've enjoyed his work and like him as a person. So anyway, that's it. I will see you all later. Have a good remainder of the day. If you haven't seen Miss King, I hope you enjoyed the episode. And I'll see you soon. Take care. Bye.